Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I disrupted all of you, but good morning, günaydın, and selamat pagi to everyone here. I would like to begin by introducing Istanbul Gedik University and our symposium, which will be about innovating sustainability, the role of climate finance, and green entrepreneurship, which is organized by the wonderful people at the Asia Pacific Center at Istanbul Gedik University. I would like to welcome each and every one of you to our symposium. We are deeply honored here to have such distinguished excellencies, esteemed speakers, and our wonderful students. Thank you all for attending today's event. Before we begin our program, I would like to invite all of us to please stand up for the national anthems of Indonesia Raya and Istiklal Marşı. It seems like there's a bit of technical difficulty, so please wait. Please remain standing. Thank you. You may be seated. Before we proceed to our opening remarks, we are pleased to present a short video introducing Istanbul Gedik University. This video will showcase the university's vision, achievements, and its commitment to fostering innovation, research, and sustainable development. Please enjoy.
Istanbul Gedik University is an institution where university-industry collaboration converges, nurturing graduates equipped to compete at national and international levels. With a vision to shape the future through science, technology, and art, the university contributes to global sustainability and universal knowledge production. Istanbul Gedik University provides education with an innovative and visionary perspective, supported by a strong academic staff and advanced laboratory facilities, offering practical training opportunities. It prepares students for the future with professional training, internships, and career support in the business field. Additionally, the university supports innovative ideas through project preparation, patient applications, and startup support. With an extensive Erasmus network and international work opportunities, the university offers students a global perspective. Research support provided both domestically and internationally encourages students' academic success. With centrally located campuses, the university offers easy access and hosts numerous student clubs that allow students to explore and develop their interests. Istanbul Gedik University provides a rich academic experience by combining artistic and cultural activities through Turkey's first corporate internet university Radio Gedik and Gedik Art. Alilikaya Gedik campus in Pendik is practically a center for sports and competition. It offers facilities such as a football field with a 1,500 spectator capacity, a tartan track athletics field, outdoor volleyball courts, and an indoor sports hall. In an environment where regional leagues are organized, students have the opportunity to showcase their athletic talents, combining academic and athletic success for a holistic development experience. Istanbul Gedik University draws its strengths from its application and research centers, technology transfer office, domestic and international incubation centers, and the Research and Development Center located in Technopark Istanbul, Europe's largest technopark, along with an extensive laboratory and R&D infrastructure provided by Gedik Holding. With Turkey's first and only new education model, the university offers students various job opportunities, allowing them to work while studying and study while working. With its innovative approach to education, Istanbul Gedik University aims to nurture its graduates as future leaders. Education and work at Istanbul Gedik University.
Now that we are formally acquainted with our wonderful institution, I would like to welcome the distinguished opening speakers who will share their vision for this important gathering. It is now my greatest pleasure to introduce the speakers who will officially open today's symposium. Each of our speakers brings a unique and distinguished perspective from diplomacy, academia, and institutional leadership, and we are truly honored by each and every one of their presences. Our first speaker for today is Mr. Hardiono Kurniawan, the Counselor for Information, Social and Cultural Affairs at the Consulate General of the Republic of Indonesia. The Consulate General of Indonesia has played a vital role in deepening diplomatic, cultural, and educational ties between Indonesia and Turkey. Their consistent support for academic initiatives such as today's symposium reflects their dedication to strengthening people-to-people connections and fostering international cooperation. We sincerely feel honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hardiono Kurniawan to deliver his opening remarks. The floor is yours, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, peace be upon you all. Professor Ahmed Kesik, Rector of Istanbul Gedik University, Honorable Ms. Hulya Gedik, Chair of Board of Trustees, Istanbul Gedik University, distinguished panels, moderators, and esteemed colleagues. On the behalf of the Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Daryanto Harsono, I'd like to read his opening remarks on his behalf. It is an honor to join you at this important symposium on innovating sustainability. Today, as we explore the role of climate finance and green entrepreneurship, I'd like to share Indonesia's journey, one shaped by urgency, commitment, and opportunity. We are already witnessing alarming signal of a changing climate. Just recently in Turkey, where spring should bring warmth and renewal, we saw snowstorm and freezing temperatures. Such climate anomalies are not an isolated incident. They are part of a growing global pattern of unpredictability driven by climate crisis. Indonesia is no stranger to this risk, but beyond vulnerability, we are also a country of vast potential. With one of the largest tropical rainforests, extensive peatlands, and rich biodiversity, Indonesia serves as a critical global carbon sink. Our ecosystem play a powerful role in stabilizing the climate, a role we embrace with responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's climate journey began early. We participated in the 1992 Earth Summit that established the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and ratified it in 1994. Since then, we are remain active in global climate diplomacy, from the Kyoto Protocol to the Paris Agreement. Our actions have grown stronger over time. In 2009, we voluntarily pledged to cut emissions by 26%, or up to 41% with international support. However, in 2021, we submitted an enhanced climate commitment, reducing emissions by 31.89% unconditionally and 43.20% with global cooperation by 2030. In 2024, we exceeded our greenhouse gas reduction target, reducing over 147 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Indonesia is also implementing both initiatives, such as the forestry and other land use net sink 2030, to ensure our forests absorb more carbon than they emit. Under President Prabowo's leadership, our net zero target has been moved forward from 2060 to 2050. Plans now are underway to phase out all coal-fired power plants in 15 years and add 75 gigawatts of renewable energy, tapping into our solar, geothermal, and hydro potentials. Esteemed colleagues, but ambition must be matched by resources, of course. And this is where climate finance and green entrepreneurship play a vital role. Good policies will remain plans unless they are supported by strong institutions and sufficient financial backing. Climate finance is not a charity. It is investment in our shared survival. It enables countries like Indonesia to accelerate the carbonization, protect the nature, and create sustainable livelihoods. Likewise, green entrepreneurship transforms vision into innovation. From renewable startups to sustainable agriculture, entrepreneurs are creating climate solutions that are scalable, inclusive, but yet profitable. Supporting them means driving growth that is not only greener, but also fairer and more resilient. Distinguished guests, this symposium is timely, a place where ideas meet opportunities. Let us use this platform to build partnerships, unlock financing, and empower the innovators leading the charge toward sustainability. Indonesia is ready. The question is, are we bold enough together to turn climate ambition into global action? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kurniawan, for your thoughtful and inspiring remarks. I'm sure it will continue to inspire us throughout today's symposium. Our second speaker for today is Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik, who is the rector of our institution, Istanbul Gedik University. But before we continue with the rector's opening remarks, I do have some sad news that Ms. Julia Gedik will be unable to attend today's event due to technical difficulties, but I am assured that she sends her regards and she wishes all of us a wonderful time at today's symposium. Now, let us talk about our dear rector. Our dear rector is the leader of our institution and has been a driving force in promoting international cooperation, interdisciplinary research, and sustainability-centered education. And due to this, we are looking forward to your speech, sir. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik to the podium. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. He's from Indonesia. He's our student, and also he's chairman of International Student Association. That's why I call him chairman. So I meet him once a week, right? So we discuss how to make life easier for international students. In last meeting, he told me that, actually for the first time, because in previous meetings he had a list of demands from international students to do something. Now, in last meeting, he told me that all international students were really happy. Then I stand up, then I shouted, Allahu Ekber. So okay. So, is there any opposition in at the university that cut my voice?
Maybe, sir. We'll find them. Don't worry.
Okay. So he is very smart. He finds whoever it is. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers and guests, esteemed colleagues and dear students. It's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Istanbul Gedik University. Istanbul Gedik University was established 15 years ago with a mission of industry-university collaboration. We have 10,000 students, out of which 2,500 international students are available at our university at the moment. We have 6 faculties, 1 vocational schools, and our vision is to promote industry-university collaboration and promoting research in incubation centers. So we are supporting our students and faculty members and research and collaborations through our technology transfer office. So far, we have made a lot of national and international research projects. Each and every day, the numbers of the projects we are doing are growing, and our international collaborations are also growing. We have 250 international institutions and universities. We are collaborating around the globe, including from Indonesia. Inshallah, in coming days, we have talked to Chancellor. Then we need to have more and more Indonesian students, by the collaboration of yourself and Consulate General and Chancellor. We are happy to host our distinguished speakers who will share insights on building sustainable futures through finance, policy, and entrepreneurship. Please allow me to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Daryanto Harsano, Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Istanbul, and Mr. Hardiano Kurinawan, Chancellor for Information, Social and Cultural Affairs, for their kind support and commitment to advancing partnership between Turkey and Indonesia. To Her Excellency Ms. Hülya Gedik, Chair of our Board of Trustees, for her visionary leadership. Alice, she is not here now because she had a delayed flight schedule. She was in Saudi Arabia for a business trip. However, Alice, she couldn't come and join us, and I would like to convey her regards and wishes for success of today's main event. And to all our moderators and speakers for sharing their expertise with us. I would also like to extend my appreciation to ASEAN, our association for Asian countries, for their exceptional efforts in organizing this event. I wish you all a productive symposium. Thank you once again for contributing to a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Don't worry, we'll find the person who cut your mic. But I would like to take a moment to express our special appreciation. Throughout today's symposium, we have been deeply honored by the presence and support of the Consul General of the Republic of Indonesia in Istanbul. As a token of our gratitude and respect, we would now like to present a special gift to the representative, Mr. Kurniawan, and I would like the Rector, Professor Dr. Ahmed Kesik, to please call Mr. Kurniawan to the stage where we can present the gift and appreciation. Before we proceed to our next part of our symposium, I think it's about time that we welcome everyone formally. Thus, I would like to call all of our speakers and guests to the front of the stage for a group photo to commemorate this special occasion. Yes, to the front of the stage, please. All of our speakers and our panelists, could you please? Yes. Please. Please, sir, don't be shy. We have the best cameraman and women in Gedik. You need to switch their name. Before we continue with the first session of our symposium, we are excited to announce a special competition for all of the participating students. There will be a competition held for the best Instagram reel and photo, and the winner of each of these categories will receive a cash prize For the best Instagram reel, you will get 500 lira. For the best photo, you will get 300 lira. All of you can participate, don't worry, even the professors. But to join this competition, take photos of the symposium, post them on Instagram, and please use the hashtag Gedik for climate finance. Please use the number 4, not the FOR. And please tag Istanbul Gedik University. I want all of the students to do this, to take photos, videos, and then upload it. We will select the winner within 1 week. And hey, money is money, so it doesn't matter how much it is. Okay? All right, so with that out of the way, let us begin with our very first session of the day. We will focus in this first session on the potential of climate finance and the role of Islamic finance and green diplomacy in supporting sustainable development. Our moderator for this session is the wonderful Dr. Nenden Oktavarulia Shanti, an esteemed consultant and expert in sustainability and regional development. And our distinguished panelists are the Honorable Dr. Umar Oseni, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center, or the OICAC, who will offer us an interesting perspective on the role of Islamic finance in climate finance and green diplomacy. And the second moderator, the second panelist for this event is Ms. Fatma Chinar, the Deputy Secretary of the Participation Banks Association of Turkey, or TKBB, who will offer us an interesting perspective on Islamic banking and sustainable investments in Turkey. It is with this I have the honor of inviting Dr. Shanti, the Honorable Dr. Umar Oseni, and Ms. Fatma Chinar to the stage. We are deeply honored by your presence. After the presentations, we will have a short Q&A session where people can engage with our panelists, and we will show our appreciation afterwards as well. Now, Ms. Shanti, the floor is yours. We are eagerly awaiting your panel.
Bunlar da açayım. Ses.
Thank you very much, Archie, for inviting us. And good morning, günaydın, and selamat pagi in Bahasa Indonesia. So it's truly an honor for me to be here with all of you, especially the students here who will be the future leaders and future change maker in the field of sustainability, inshallah. And we are pleased to have our distinguished panelists here. His Excellency Dr. Umar Oseni, he is the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center. And Ms. Fatma Chinar, she's a Deputy Secretary General of the Participation Banks Association in Turkey. Before we begin this panel session, I would like to get to know more about the audience. Please raise your hands. Who knows or have you ever heard about the term on climate finance before? Raise your hand. Raise your hands. I know the experts in the front. They should know. And from the students, right. How about green entrepreneurship? The same guy here in the left side. Right. And how about perhaps you think that you want to open a business on sustainability, or maybe you want to create a project or research on sustainability? Raise your hand. Okay. No one, but so wonderful. So this place is really for you so you will learn more from the experts. So, yeah, let's start with our session. When our panelists deliver their presentation, I would like you to perhaps prepare for questions, reflections, or ideas that we can share during the Q&A sessions later on, right? For our first speaker, Dr. Umar Oseni, I would like to introduce yourself before I hand the floor to you. I would like to introduce his remarkable background. Dr. Oseni is a globally renowned expert in Islamic finance, legal regulation, and dispute resolution. He currently serves as the Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation Arbitration Center, here based in Istanbul. And previously, he held the position of the Chief Executive Officer at the International Islamic Liquidity Management Corporation, which is based in Malaysia. His academic and professional journey includes teaching at the International Islamic University Malaysia, serving as a visiting fellow at the Harvard Law School, and consulting for esteemed institutions such as the United Nations, the Islamic Development Bank, and several central banks around the world. Dr. Oseni also has authored more than 100 publications with a particular focus on Islamic finance, fintech, and sustainability. Your Excellency, it's truly a privilege for us to have you here today, and I would like to give the floor to you now.
Thank you very much, Dr. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I'd like to say a very good morning to you all. Selamat pagi to the Indonesians, and good nighting to we, the Turkish people. Now, again, I lived in Southeast Asia for many years, for 16 years of my life, so now I'm based here in Istanbul. And it's really good to be here and to be sharing the panel with a very good colleague, Dr. Fatima. We worked together in my previous professional capacity, and we're working together again in my current capacity here in Turkey. And of course, Dr. Nandin has been a very good, colleague as well. Now, I'd like to thank the Istanbul Gedik University and the rector and the board of trustees, for organizing this event. And it's really remarkable to have a conference focusing on climate finance. And I love the innovation part because, again, this is actually what I was doing for a living. Structuring products, structuring financial products. As a lawyer, as a financial lawyer, what we do is how to structure products. So no matter what you're doing, whether you're in climate finance, whether you're in engineering, how do we actually turn what you're doing into a product and commercialize it? This has been my bread and butter, and I think it's extremely important that we're focusing on innovation this time around when it comes to green entrepreneurship. How do you as a young person today think of, okay, what do I do going forward? There are all these buzzwords, sustainability, green, how do you make a breakthrough to actually kind of, make a lot of it, to be a kind of a green entrepreneur globally. So these are some of the things we'll be discussing today. And how much time do I have? Okay, I need to, now kind of calibrate what I need to say. So I have just 15 minutes, but I'll just try to focus on the main highlights. Now, when it comes to innovating sustainability, the role of climate finance and green entrepreneurship, and I've been told to focus on Islamic finance and green diplomacy, it's important to kind of look at the global kind of, direction. Don't worry, you're going to have a PowerPoint presentation, an excellent one from my colleague later, and a number of statistics will be shared with you. But I'm just going to give you some nuggets at the moment before we actually eagerly wait for the excellent presentation. Now, the global funding shortfall, basically, when it comes to climate finance flows, actually must increase, according to the United Nations, by 4.3 trillion by 2030. Now, we talk about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and the deadline actually for the current goals will be 2030. And I always talk about, okay, we have just less than 5 years more to go. And how far are we? We have not really gone far. We have a lot, the kind of financing gap you have is over 4.3 trillion at the moment globally. So things really need to be scaled up. And that's why we have to explore innovative means. And when I speak about Islamic finance, generally, I always tell people this is a kind of a faith-based solutions. It's not really about religion, it's about principles to have an alternative to finance. That's why you see Western countries, including the UK, have issued what they call Islamic bonds. Why they need this to fund their kind of budget deficit. This is what you're seeing all over the world. It's the new trend. And when it comes to climate finance, it's extremely important to look at the relevance of some of these innovative tools in kind of fast-tracking the achievement of the 2030 goals. So this is actually where we are focusing on as much as possible, and there are a lot of products that can be explored. Recently we're talking about carbon trading, for instance. Now, carbon trading is something very important. You do have the primary market for it, you have the secondary market for it. When we talk about carbon trading, how do you trade carbon, basically? How do you even get to net zero? We heard the excellent opening speech earlier when they talked about, the aspiration to get to net zero. How do you get there? Net zero means, okay, of course, as a company, you keep polluting because you have to keep producing. You cannot cut production, particularly if you're a heavy metal kind of company. You have to keep producing. You cannot cut production. We need your production to actually produce more. However, how do you balance this off? It's for you to be able to kind of come up with other solutions or to even buy carbon from elsewhere. Now, you ask me, where do you find the carbon to buy as a company? This is where young minds like us, researchers, professors who are here, when I talk about professors here in Turkey, I always talk about hojam, right? They call them hojam. Now, my plural word for hojam is hojams. Just put an S there. So don't tell me the plural is too difficult for me to pronounce. So I just put an S, hojam, hojams. Now, the hojams here will be able to help us kind of come up with innovative research to develop how do we kind of structure products from the carbon world. Now, the carbon world here is, do we have carbon reserves? You talk about wetlands. Wetlands are natural kind of carbon reserves where you have like plants on top of, a swamp, That's one part. Then we talk about, do we plant more trees? And how do we plant them? Recently I introduced the whole topic of carbon trading to someone, in a part of the world. The guy looked at me, he said, Umar, I never knew this was a good business. He said, I have 100 acres of land somewhere. I'm going to plant trees there now. So that when I plant the trees, I can use the carbon produced by those trees or attracted by those trees to sell carbon credits to companies. So you can imagine, we're not talking about farming alone. We're not talking about growing food to eat alone now. We're talking about afforestation, planting trees so that we can have some carbon stored there, and I can now go to a company to sell those carbon credits to them. And once you do that, because there are companies who want to buy this in the primary market, they are all waiting for you. So if you have to do that, what you just do is you make money by planting trees. So as a young man or lady, what do you think? You can make money by planting trees. So this is actually the whole idea of carbon. I'm trying to simplify the whole idea. It's more complex than this, but I'm trying to simplify the whole idea of carbon trading. It's important. We can do it. Again, how do we get there? As researchers, we have to kind of come up with some of these products based on carbon trading. Now, we now go to the next stage of commercializing them and providing this so that companies who need to buy some of these carbon credits will be able to buy. There's an open market for this. Generally, you have the open market operation, the OMO, what we call the OMO in the financial industry, basically, where things are being sold. You can actually buy carbon here, carbon credits here. So this is one aspect. So researchers can focus on this to develop some of these products. This is one. Now let me move to another relevant area, which is I'm sure some of us are familiar with COP28, COP29, the discussion on the loss and damage fund. Loss and damage says, how do we help developing countries? There's a lot of pollution going on in the developed world. Now the developing countries are feeling the brunt. We all know what happened in Pakistan the other time, where you had a lot of flood. Now it is believed that the world we live in is a borderless world. You know, when you look up, there are no borders up there. So what do you do up there? If I pollute here, it will get to the next country. If I pollute here in Turkey, it will get to the next country because it's a borderless world. So what do we do to kind of limit the damage, this kind of pollution, environmental kind of degradation? What do we do to kind of reduce this? So there was a lot of debate, COP28, and they finally came up with what they call the loss and damage fund. Fine. Loss and damage means we have to create this fund to kind of help developing countries who are feeling the brunt, who are feeling the impact of the climate change. Now, how do you now do this? Now, what I tell people, I delivered a keynote speech in London 2 years ago on a relevant topic, and I was telling them there that how can we, as experts in Islamic finance or financial experts, structure products within this kind of loss and damage fund? Loss and damage fund, definitely, maybe Muslim countries will say, oh, this doesn't kind of, tally or align with our principles because there are some provisions there. I've read the whole document, which was an extension of the Paris Accord. Now, how do you kind of do things and structure products within this itself? There are different ways you can do it, but again, we need the research, and this is where researchers actually we have to work on this. Now, once researchers work on it, the next thing will be, do we have the private sector that can actually help to commercialize this in a way? There are different ways of calculating the carbon, the loss and damage fund, but how do we extend it from that kind of treaty, which was signed in COP28? How do we extend it to the private sector? What role can the private sector play? So these are aspects we need to also look into. And when it comes to Islamic finance, the sky is not the limit. There are a lot of things you can do. And I always tell people, when you hear the word Islamic finance, it's not really kind of limiting. It's actually a lot you can do. The general principles in Islamic finance will tell you that everything is permissible. Everything is permissible. Permissibility is the watchword, is the default rule in Islamic finance. Everything you can do, everything you can think of is permissible. So when it comes to climate finance, innovating things, green entrepreneurship, there's a lot you can do when it comes to product structuring. But today is not the forum for a masterclass on some of those products. But what we just wanted to highlight on the most important things you need to look into. We've talked about carbon trading is important. And when we talk about carbon trading, we have the primary market kind of product we can structure. We do have a secondary market as well. Now we talked about the loss and damage fund you have. How do we kind of work within this Paris Accord to benefit the private sector? Is also extremely important. So products can be structured accordingly from this perspective. Now, having said this, we have to now look at what is the impact of the current products that are being used by even Islamic banks. I've had the opportunity of structuring some multi-billion-dollar products in my previous role while I was in Malaysia. And one thing we always do when we review documentation is to look at the environmental impact. Yes, I'm providing this funding to a particular country, because we're funding sovereign entities. We have to look at what is the potential impact of this funding. So we now structure the agreement to include a clause. As lawyers, we have to include a clause that will analyze the environmental impact itself. Now, if it's actually going to damage the environment, then we are not going to approve it. So this actually became part of the legal review of the documentation. So these are all important aspects we've looked into. Because you look at the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. We talk about the renewable energy mix. It's extremely important. So how do we kind of transition? Most countries still depend heavily on fossil fuels, particularly the developing countries. So how do we transition from that to renewable energy? That brings me back to innovation. That brings me back to even tech. These techpreneurs, how do you kind of, as a young scholar, as a young student, just pause for a while and think about this. How do I change the world in my own little way? Now, there is no new idea out there, but you can actually look at the existing ideas and transform them into products, whether through digital means or also. So this is something we can always look into. So transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy is extremely important. I was asking someone, can I use water to run my car without fossil fuels? Can I just put the water there and drive the car? So this is a question You know, it's a challenge for you today, for the young ones amongst us here today. I know you have a challenge, to take the best shots, for Instagram for this event, and you're gonna win some money, if you have the best shot. But I'm trying additional challenge. Can you kind of use this water to run a car without fuel? If you can do that, then you will rule the world. We talk about Tesla, we talk about, Elon Musk, or, you can actually be richer if you know what you're doing, if you can think properly and use this water to drive a car, to run the engine of a car. So this is what we call innovation. This is how you can actually help in terms of innovating sustainability and to support the whole idea of green entrepreneurship. So we expect us as researchers, as students, to go back to the drawing board and think of how we can provide some of this sustainable solution. And while doing that, this is where we try to go for financing. And this is where you have people who will provide Islamic finance. The goals of Islamic finance align perfectly with climate finance. You talk about the SDGs, you talk about ESG. The role of Islamic finance, we say, do not damage the environment. These are principles that are enshrined in the core books of Islam, the Quran, the Sunnah. They are all there. Don't damage the environment. So you have that perfect alignment between the principles of Islamic finance and the ESGs and climate finance itself. So if you have an innovative idea, this is where you can go. Go to the Islamic financial institutions, they can actually fund this. So my message today is we can do it, but we need to go back to the drawing board and try to think outside the box. Now, beyond thinking outside the box, you also have to think around the box to get a solution of what you want. I'm going to stop here and I'm happy to take some questions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Asani, for your very inspiring talks. And I hope that this will lead to our further discussion, inshallah, after we listen to our second panelist, Ms. Fatma Chinar. Beforehand, I would like to briefly highlight her impressive background. Ms. Chinar is a visionary figure in the fields of Islamic banking, sustainable finance, and investment. At TKBB, or the Participation Banks Associations in Turkey, she leads strategic initiatives that bridge finance and development. She has worked closely with the United Nations Development Program, and over 13 years at Kuwait Turk, where she played a main role in shaping international strategy. In addition, she mentors fintech startups, advises academic institutions, and contributes to leading publications such as Islamic Finance News and Adkiab. Ms. Chinar, we are truly honored to have you here with us today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will continue my presentation at the podium. Definitely, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you, with academia, and also very happy to be invited this program to share our experience in finance industry with the alignment of sustainable finance. So I will move to podium. So again, considering the timeline, I want to use the time as much as efficient. And first, thank you very much, Nandan Hanım, for this also introduction. As we are together with university students, the topic is common for all of us: sustainable finance, which is the agenda of the planet, and this is the agenda of the all humanity. So I will give you information and some briefing about an ecosystem. So my intention is to draw let's say, picture of an ecosystem and its alignment with a sustainable finance in your mind with this 15 minutes. First of all, I would like to talk about an ecosystem member. It is an association, bank association, and what could be a role of bank association for contribution in sustainable finance agenda. The bank associations connecting banking industry with international institutions, regulatory bodies, and also all relevant stakeholders, including academia, for the finance agenda. In Turkey, we now have 9 participation banks in Turkey operating. By the way, participation banks exactly the same with Islamic banking. Globally, this banking industry started operation in 1963, the very first bank established in Egypt, and after that globally expanded. In Turkey, initiated in 1984, the year, and now it is more than 40 years in Turkey for participation banking industry. I like such wordings, mottos to keep in your minds for specific issues. Here is some reflections from a strategy report of our association to manage healthy development of participation banking industry. You know, all the banks, they have specific agenda for each their topics and in their targets, but healthy development of the industry, which means that developed healthy for themselves and develop healthy and sustainable for the country and for the world is very important. So we are taking this role. Communication, ecosystem development, product range development, standards and governance, digital and competency buildings, 6 pillars of our bank association to support and manage relationship with the banks operating under our association. Here are some reflections from our banks. Then after that, I will connect those banks with their activities with sustainable finance agenda. I'm just building ecosystem in your mind, step by step. Here are some products and services our bank association delivering. You are familiar with some bank account services as customers, but this is not the all. As a retail customers, you have some services, but corporate customers, SMEs, they are also taking specific services from the banks to operate in real sector. Here are some summary of Turkish banking industry, because participation banks operating within Turkish banking industry. In Turkey, we have triple banking breakdown. One is participation, the other one is development and investment banks, and the next one is deposit banks. What about the figures? You see their breakdown. Totally in Turkey, we now 63 banks operating, and out of 63, 9 of them participation banks. And this, you see the number of branches, more than 1,500, and around 20,000 personnel operating in Turkish participation banking industry. In figures, let's combine this some data to understand the size of the industry. Turkish banking industry, whole industry, with the equivalent of $1 trillion, approximately our country's GDP, $1 trillion. That's why they are backbone of the economy, and they are systematically important within the economy. And it is 10 years compounded growth, which is important as a financial performance. It is 28%. What about participation banking industry? We are around, in dollar terms, $77 billion, equivalent of 3 trillion Turkish lira, and the compounded growth is 33%, which is a improving industry in the country. And asset size in market share around 8% market share. I want to give you some complementary figures about global Islamic finance industry. The size of the industry around $5 trillion all over the Islamic finance industry. As I mentioned, Turkish banking industry is $77 billion. Here are some breakdown figures about the industry outlook. When we say Islamic finance industry, one part is banking side, which is the core parts, 73% banking. And around 2% is insurance, we call it takaful, and 25% is capital markets. This part is also very important, especially this capital market will be financing climate finance agenda. Okay, the interaction with sustainability. Now we are ready to connect with sustainability sides. Participation banking has their main, let's say, intention as a banking industry, alternative banking industry, in addition to having profit and also providing employment and also providing services to their customer, they also have agenda of providing social benefit and supporting sustainable development and development of the industry. And raising awareness, financial inclusions, those are the intention target of the Islamic banking industry. And I should highlight one important call from UNDP to all over the world in 2015 for Sustainable Development Goals. Please keep in your mind Sustainable Development Goals as the main goals, 17 goals of all over the world, all institutions and people for the responsibility to support sustainable development of the world, let's say the planet. It is a common call, and Islamic Development Bank, which is the development institution of all the Islamic banks globally, they accepted this call and reacted this call that they will also report all their activities in different jurisdictions with sustainable development goals, let's say targets. So this is an important acceptance and also response that now we have coding system. Whatever we do as banks, we will also communicate them in SDG terms. I will give you concrete examples from their financing activities. But I should admit that this sustainable finance agenda is a common agenda, and it is not a concrete shape to delivery of. It is something building on processing stage, you know, engagement of different ecosystem and engagement of different financial model systems now still on the work. So engagement of academia is also very critical for us. I also searched for sustainable development, impact investing, blended finance, some specific terms if academia doing some researches in this area, still very limited. So what we are in need, we need support and policy recommendation of academia for the finance industry to give some specific guidance to generate funding, to generate policies to that areas. Just an example, in 1963, an academician, Ahmet el-Necar, who is an Egyptian academician, during his doctorate study in Germany, he discovered Sparkasse banking model. It is a banking model at each area. The fund providers and utilizer can see each other and they can see how they develop the region's development with their deposit and how the utilizers can support the development of their areas. Then back to Egypt and initiated Mitrgan Development Bank. He's an academician. Till 1963, between 1950 and 1963, 13 years, more than 4,000 academic papers generated for the income, for the well-distributed income within the society for the development of the countries. Because there is a huge gap, like today's issues, between the consumer, between the people, for their savings, for their purchasing powers. So it is an issue of not just government or not just academia, it is the issue of a common agenda. We should work on that. So 14 academic papers generated for an alternative system to function healthy this finance industry. Then after that, the first institution, Islamic Development Bank, also at their founders, governments of 22 countries, but the people, the personnel, mainly from academia. So we do strongly believe that academia will contribute a lot, and this is not something discovered now, already experienced. We need guidance of academia at this area. You see some specific activities that international collaboration of our association to connect international ecosystem to support a sustainable finance agenda. Because to build an action, we need to understand the function. Function is development. To understand development function, we should engage with institutions who are working for exactly for development agenda. One of them is UNDP. As an association, we signed MOU with UNDP and we engage their agenda and we act as their counterparty for specific countries, some African countries, some least developed countries. We shared our country's experience with our member banks' operations for specific areas to those third countries. So this contributed us a lot. And also, we followed some international best practices. One example from Malaysia, for example, they call it value-based intermediation. For example, the Central Bank, Bank Negara of Central Bank of Malaysia announced a reporting methodology to the Islamic banks in the country, and they called it value-based intermediation, which is new mindsets for the bankers, not just profit-oriented, to generate value for their finance system with their activities. And this is exactly impact investments or impact intermediary, we can call this. So we introduced this model exactly communicating over what kind of activities an Islamic bank generate with their fund utilization services for their countries, for specific concentration on specific segments. So we also introduced this, we also aligned with this agenda. And also very important best practice sharings from Malaysia and Indonesia. It is a center of excellence in KL, Kuala Lumpur. They generated their best practices in innovations in Islamic social finance. This is very important agenda because banking is not just means that cards, accounts, and specific services. For example, social finance, like sustainable finance, an important area which we should devote sources and also generate products as entrepreneurships. And in Indonesia and also Malaysia, those areas very active and very supported by the banking system. So we also in Istanbul shared this experience with our ecosystem members just to light some spots on this agenda for the responsibility coverage of the banks. As training, education is important to make sure that as students, as academia, you can align. I will highlight Mason Open Online course, which is generated by UNDP and Islamic Development Bank. From 11 countries, 27 experts, academicians, generated a training facility material. It is free of charge. Anybody can reach these sources. I worked 1 year in UNDP Global Policy Center as portfolio lead, and I was also at the team at this project. I strongly recommend to also look for this training, and I can share with Nandan Hanım for the details of this training program. One important area is sustainable finance is a huge area. And what I strongly recommend you to follow international agenda with international events. And I strongly recommend you this COP program, which is the agenda, it's events all over the world, all the experts from different industries coming together and also discussing these issues. Last year it was held in Baku, Azerbaijan, and topic is from discussion to action. The action side is climate change financing. We mainly discuss how we can finance climate change agenda. And coming year, this year, sorry, it will be in Brazil at this program. I will try to wrap up my session with very important activities from Turkey regulation side. You know, the banking sector is regulated by Banking Regulation Supervision Agency, BDDK. And however, in sustainable finance side, the regulator for bankers, not just BRSA. One regulator is Capital Market Board, which is responsible from investment side. One regulated from Public Oversight Authority, which also responsible from sustainability reporting. And also one counterparty is Ministry of Trade. They are also following gas emissions, and one party is Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change Ministry. You see this ecosystem understanding. Even one topic, you cannot find one exact responsible counterparty. There are several institutions which they should come together and regulate the industry. I will stop by here. But just give you understanding that sustainable finance is an agenda, a common to all of us, and we do all have responsibilities, but Turkey is actively working on this agenda with relevant institutions, private sector, public sector, academia, and we are most welcome as association also if you have any project about this area as a study, or if you are in need of any information or any specific interview or some more data on Islamic finance side, you are all most welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Jinnah, thank you very much for your very insightful presentations on the role of Islamic banking and its intersections with the sustainable investment in Turkey. And also you mentioned about the training programs developed by the UNDP. It's free of charge. If I'm not mistaken, the abbreviation is MOOC, if I'm not mistaken. Is it correct? So perhaps later Ms. Jinnah could share the link with us, and then we can share with the students and also for those who are interested in checking or joining this training, free of charge of training programs. We love the one who are, which is free of charge, right? Right. So before we move on into Q&A session, after we listen to these two esteemed panelists, do you have any idea what is green entrepreneurship actually? Please, students. Yes, would you please give the mic? Please first introduce yourself and then you may answer. And from where are you? From which department?
Okay,
Yeah.
My name is Osiris. I'm from Burkina Faso, precisely in West Africa, and I'm a political science student. And for far as I understand, green entrepreneurship is about to make entrepreneuria, and but by respecting like the environment.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, beside him.
Hello, my name is Mohammed. I'm from Libya. My understanding of climate entrepreneurship is investing and innovating in terms of green energy and sustainable avenues of energy production or service providing services. So that's my understanding of green entrepreneurship.
Correct, correct. Both of you are totally correct. Now, my further questions. Before I open the Q&A, I just want to provoke the students to be more energetic and interactive. So, what do you think is the biggest challenge in financing green entrepreneurship? Raise your hand. Right. Then this question, I will be giving the floor to our panelists to answer. What is the biggest challenge in financing green entrepreneurship? Start from Dr. Umar, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nandin. It's great to be back again and to take a few questions. The greatest challenge in financing green entrepreneurship, it's in the question itself. The financing. There's always a financing gap. Normally, people would like to kind of finance, entrepreneurship, products, services that will actually lead to profit maximization. So there are three things. You have the profit, planet, and the people. These are the three things you need to kind of protect. Now, how do you kind of protect these three? But most companies actually focus on profit, including banks. So that's why Islamic banks are actually, relevant in this whole puzzle. Everybody focuses on profit maximization. I'm a former banker. I mean, she's a former banker. We all know they give you targets. You just have to make this money, basically. So the point I'd like to make is, how do I, as Omar, actually believe in you if you have a tech proposal, and you say this is financially sustainable, you are a great entrepreneur, you want me to kind of invest $200,000 in your project. Actually, I've done that before, and I lost the money, 250K USD. Again, yes, it's green, I'm gonna protect the environment, I'll do this, I'll do that. Yeah, all those buzzwords, it's fine, it's beautiful. But what I always tell some of these young entrepreneurs is, what have you done in terms of your governance structure? So you talk about tech, fintech, sustainable, whatever. Governance is important as well. How do you actually spend? How do you hire people? Do you kind of adopt a lean management style when you're starting, or you just hire 100 people because you're so ambitious? So when it comes to financing, for me, the greatest challenge, at least one of it, it's financing itself. I wouldn't want to put my money in something I'm not so sure of. So that's why I always tell people, you need to convince me. And we may need to have up to 10 sessions to be convinced that whatever proposal you're bringing, because I've got my fingers burnt already. To be honest, yeah, I can tell you it has happened many times. I get a lot of proposals every day, but you need to convince me. So financing remains the greatest challenge, because a bank will not necessarily finance greenfield projects. Banks are reluctant to finance greenfield, That's why even in the Islamic finance industry itself, they don't finance much of the partnership kind of structures like Musharaka, venture partnerships. They prefer to just give you a debt and you pay the interest. That's it. So financing for me remains a key challenge when it comes to green entrepreneurship. And why? Because people have focused on the third P, which is profit, and they've neglected the people and the planet. But we have to consider the three. So if you're a green entrepreneur, you've got to ensure that you balance these three. In fact, beyond these three, in my previous research, I've added two more. I can't remember the two. Okay, one of them is principles. Okay, the other one is policies. So you have the planet, the people, profit, principles, and policies. So from 3 Ps in the whole discussion relating to sustainability, I've actually introduced the 5 Ps in one of my keynote speeches a few years ago. That's important to kind of have a very good kind of mix, rather than just focusing on profit maximization. So banks, we want to look at the ROI, the return on investment. So if you have a good proposal and you're not making enough money for me, I'll rather kind of invest in fossil fuels that will destroy the environment. This is the way they speak. So financing remain a big issue for the private sector, and of course for the public sector. It's a huge gap, so we have to look into this. And when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, basically the major challenge today, and everybody has acknowledged it, is the financing gap. How do we get there? How do we fast track getting to 2030? It's a sprint. How do we get there very quickly? Again, what we need is financing, and we have to be innovative in our financing options, not just restricting ourselves to debt-based. We have to look at equity-based, quasi-debt, quasi-equity, structure them in a way that will allow us to get to where we're going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umar, for your answer. Actually, this is the most important, the 4 P I would like to highlight: planet, people, profit, and policies. These 4 is hands on hands, which we cannot separate them, and it should be at the same way as we want to reach the sustainability. So yes, Ms. Janar, please.
Yeah. I would like to share my exact experience for green entrepreneurs. One is my role in association. We are following sustainable financing activities of the banks. After necessary regulation passed from the regulatory bodies, but the banks act according to regulations. They are trying to align with this. And Now it is a new era for green entrepreneurs because everybody would love to onboard green entrepreneurs because green asset ratio communique announced by BRSA, which means that the banks trying to set specific green assets, green financing at their balance sheets. So they need green projects. So at the same time, all the banks, they will search for green projects. So you are precious if you are green entrepreneurs. And other side is a deal of one of my member banks company. When they finance those company, they are checking if they are a convenient institution for SDG coding, and for each SDG, for clean water, for clean energy, and also for social benefit sides, all the activities specifically coded with SDG terms. And as a company, you will be put in such a presentation in a university panel. So, which you will be that, you will be honored. This is, you see the concrete example. My banks, they are financing millions of companies. But who is here with you? The one who is supporting green financing projects. So you will be selected. And finally, Islamic Development Bank now promoting green entrepreneurs and social project authors to increase their numbers and to increase their motivation. IDB, Islamic Development Bank, announced a prize for sustainable financing projects, and the number one winner will be awarded with $100,000. The second, $75,000, and the third, $50,000. They will be awarded. And I am the committee member of this selection committee. And more than 200 projects shared with us to take the best among them, to have a short list. And all over the world, all the entrepreneurs, but they are not very enhanced or very sophisticated projects. One of them, idea owner, they are looking for financing. They designed the product and it is a prototype, and they are looking for financing with this award to convert this prototype to the production. So please be encouraged and motivated that international institutions, OECD, World Bank, IDB, EBRD, IFC, those international institutions supporting you, and those international institutions encouraging banks all the world to support entrepreneurs. They provide specific line of financing with specific terms and specific tickets, the financing amounts to support entrepreneurs. Now the wind is back to you, backing you and supporting you. Those are all concrete data and experience sharings with you.
Thank you very much, Fatma Hanım. Actually, this is a good opportunity. As you have heard, she is a part of the committee of this ISDB prize for entrepreneurship. So they are giving a prize for $100,000. It's not a small amount of money. So you may even, for young entrepreneurs, they can start like preparing the project proposals, and they can submit. You can submit to the IDB, and they have certain month for call for proposals, and you can go over to their website and check for the details. Right. So now, actually, the students, the participants are going last and last. So anyone have any question to our, yes, please. Yeah, again, the same students, mashallah. You both are very, very eager. Yes, please.
Now it's good. I have a question. It's about mostly in a political way. It's to ask, well, what, for example, politician can make to reinforce the impact of climate financial climatic financial in everywhere in the world? This is my first question.
Again, could you please
What?
the role of politicians?
Okay, yeah, like as we know right now, situation about the environment is, we can say, critical. So I asking what the politicians, for example, can make to reinforce the impact of the financial climate.
Okay.
Okay.
Your question is to both panelists, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very
Right,
brief.
Dr. Omar, yes.
Well, I'm not a politician, but I do lead an international organization. One quick thing is this relates to what you call green diplomacy.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes to green diplomacy, it's important to look at the kind of the efforts or the impact, the role of different diplomats representing their respective governments. You saw what happened with the Paris Accord many years ago when they signed the Paris Pact. And unfortunately now, you see the US President Donald Trump actually pulling out from that accord. That's, again, it's part of the role of politicians. Now, let's reverse that. You can imagine having a president or diplomats who will go to negotiate to support the impact. So the political will is extremely important when it comes to climate finance. You can actually pass legislation in the parliament and get things done very quickly. We talk about the private sector, we've been talking about the private sector, but the public sector has to be there to make policies. Now, those favorable policies are what the private sector will rely on. So the policies have to come first. Policies, legislation, and these are all done by politicians. So at the international level, this is where green diplomacy plays an important role. Countries coming together to say, okay, we want to establish a loss and damage fund to help developing countries. This is part of green diplomacy we're talking about. So I agree with you. The politicians, as you rightly said, and I'm sure you are becoming an aspiring politician, will actually have a big role to play. They are already playing the role, whether positively or negatively. We've just seen the negative role Donald Trump actually played recently. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, political will is the most important. Without political will, we cannot do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, as I mentioned, reinforced legislations in the industry, because for finance, our institutions finance system and banks. In Turkey, 84% banking industry and finance system. So the regulated banks will provide necessary financing to those institutions. If they are not regulated, if they not launch regulation, as you see, the power of regulation here, you see this at this slide, here the power of regulation. If we don't have any regulation, that will be voluntary. It's up to the banks, bank policy. But with regulation, it's compulsory. So that will be not a preferable, it's as a must in the country. Political will important, but you see the changes in political wills in different jurisdictions. So I strongly concentrate on regulation side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatma. Let's go first to the students from Libya, and then I will come to you. Someone, would you please give the microphone?
Hello again. My question is to Madam Chinar. You mentioned that you're a member of a committee that invests in small companies that are starting up for entrepreneurship, for green entrepreneurship. Given that, for example, third world countries have less of these companies competing, do you have are you more interested in these companies that are built elsewhere, maybe in third world or second world countries, instead of, for example, Turkey, where there's a lot of competition and demand for these things?
Yeah, considering profile of this audience, I concentrated on international programs. In Turkey, we also have incubation centers, and our banks also, they also have incubation centers and some specific funds for entrepreneurship. But IDB, the member of IDB 57, Libya is also one of the member country. So it is an international call for such projects. Each year, once time, they open the call, get the project details, and within the year, they evaluate. I think within few months, they will announce the winners and then announce the next call for project owners. I can also share with Nenden Hanım those website. What I surprised while checking the projects, limited projects, you know, all over the world, just 200 projects. For me, it's very limited. We may have more. What is the issue? Awareness about this competition. So I hope next time you, I mean, any idea owner or such entrepreneurship can join this program and at this try. And you see, at this program, they deliver you a directive, guideline as a project owner, how you should present your project. This is also important. So with such a professional communication, you will also learn how to communicate your project with such, let's say, investor fund managers.
Thank you.
Right, thank you so much. Yes, please. Anyone? There is someone would like to ask question in the at the front. Front first. Okay.
Yeah, this is my last question. Sorry.
Very, very eager.
It's about, as I saw when, for example, you ask about entrepreneurship, sustainable entrepreneurship and environment green stuff here around, people, as I saw, people didn't rise like too much then. Now I want to know nowadays, is the education in sustainable entrepreneurship is like high? Or, I mean, how can I say it? Is it?
You mean the
reinforced?
trends?
Yeah.
The
trend.
global
Is it-
trends
yes.
on sustainability,
yeah.
sustainable entrepreneurship?
Is education like is right now about sustainable entrepreneurship?
The trends, like,
Yes.
Is it going up or
Is it
going
going
down?
up or going down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Dr. Umar.
Thank you so much.
Ladies first.
Ladies first, after men.
Fast and first.
After men.
As I mentioned, international regulations much more reinforced, and the industry is looking for such projects. So it is the issue of not just supply, demand. If you can't trigger the market with the demand, supply is not sufficient. It could become together. So now it is the time of supply and demand, and for social and sustainable entrepreneurships will be acting globally and also in Turkey. It's the correct time and it's a raising trend. What I suggest, UNDP, I worked 1 year there, and they have excellent library for all academicians, entrepreneurs, free programs and certification programs which guide such experts or let's say colleagues who are interested in working, designing such project. I strongly recommend visit UNDP website and look for those free of charge trainings.
Yeah, absolutely. As a former professor of law in Malaysia, I have seen this trend, for many years, and I've been involved in curriculum development, so we see this trend across different disciplines, not just law. We talk about finance, education, anything you talk about, there is a sustainability dimension. Even in medicine, basically, the kind of products you use, even for your surgical operation, basically. So, this aspect has gone really far when it comes to education. It's been kind of built into the curriculum of most disciplines across the world. So we've seen this trend, and I think it's really, really important. It's not only for engineers. I know for engineering it's very important, the kind of products you use in building houses, they have to be sustainable. So we've seen this trend across board generally, and we believe the trend will keep growing. Even before we talk about ESG now, we talk about the SDGs as well. Before the SDGs, we have what they call the MDGs. I don't know whether some of you were born, I mean the students I'm talking about were born when we had the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. So that ended, then we had the SDGs that will end in 2030. Then after 2030, we don't know whether the SDGs will be extended or we're going to have a new DG. Only God knows. Thank you.
In our industry, we have 9 banks, but overall, I mean, for 63 banks, now all the banks establish sustainable finance teams in the banks, which means that we need new colleagues from the university who will be also occupied sustainable finance, let's say, notifications and background, any program, any certification which you invest in yourself will be an asset for you when you apply for a job in a bank, not just the accounting, finance background, sociology, trade finance, law, and from different disciplines. The banks now getting personnel for their sustainable finance departments.
Absolutely. You have what they call the Chief Sustainable Officer. Just as you have the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer, banks and other corporates now have what they call Chief Sustainable Officer. So if you actually specialize in this area, definitely you have good prospects in getting a job somewhere, right?
That's really great to hear that there is a position, like specific position for sustainability experts, even the chief. Right. Yes. Before I go to, so many questions now. I'm so happy. So please, would you please give the mic? So we have 2 more questions in the right wings. Yes, please.
My question is for both panelists. It's a bit of a broad question. During your time, you have received many offers, you have received many ideas. Was there any idea that stuck with you throughout the years that you just cannot stop telling people about?
Well, for me, I'll share one of my innovative ideas, which I was planning to kind of introduce in Canada. I live in Ontario normally, if I'm not here in Istanbul. So what I was trying to do was to introduce what they call barter it. You barter something, you barter it. You have an old laptop, old iPad, you don't need it again, you just post it on a platform, and someone else has a beautiful painting, and you can exchange this. Basically, that's a sustainable idea. So I was thinking of developing a kind of a tech platform for this, where you can barter it. You can actually barter anything. You know, in the olden days in Africa, in some developing countries, people were not using currencies, you know. You have salt, I have sugar, we exchange. So it was based on needs. So this is what I call you barter IT, barter it. So I made it a word. It was a beautiful thing, but I couldn't develop it further. Perhaps any of you can pick it up. Thank you.
Right, yes.
Yeah, I may share my experience with my colleagues from Malaysia. They have a think tank club, and academicians, CEO of a AI company, we are all together online. We are Corona time working. It's a wearable technology. It's a ring and bracelet designed that for consumers. While doing shopping, this bracelet will measure your heart temperature, you know, your blood values, and give you guidance that not take action, not buy this because you are not at normal conditions, that give you guidance from your health, let's say, analysis. This project designed with Tubitak and Might. Might is Malaysian technology unit. So indeed, there are you know, a lot opportunity and area, I should admit that, in banking industry. We are not responsible from financing and consuming. We are responsible from savings also. So to balance consumption and production, now the sustainable finance, climate finance means that use of sources efficiently. Our intention and concentration should be on resources, raw materials, the air, air quality. So we should concentrate on resources side. So any project supporting this area would be a common project, not a Turkish project. By the way, TÜBİTAK and some international institution, and also Organization of Islamic Cooperation, they have a working group called COMSEC. They based in Ankara, and this institution collaborating with 57 countries, and they are announcing project calls. And within this calls, as institution, as also a student, you can apply for project. I will also share with Nandan Hanım, COMSEC, at least from my coverage, some institutions who are calling institution and students for assigning project for sustainable finance agenda.
Thank you very much, Fatma Hanım. Actually, we don't have much time. We have the second session. However, if you have time, maybe you may approach the panelists after the session, and then you may ask them during the break and etc. Apologies for that. However, before we conclude, we actually have here in the audience my dear colleagues from the International Fund of Agricultural Development, Mr. Liam Kika. He's the country director and head of the IFAD multi-country office for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Actually, because we have his distinguished presence here, I would like to only pose one question to him. Actually, as we know, climate change has really threatens our food security and also the livelihoods of agricultural communities, right? So how is IFAD here, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, could support or utilize the climate finance for to support the smallholders, farmers, and local communities to strengthen their resilience? Please, Liam. Can you please someone give the microphone? Yeah, please, yes.
Thank you very much, Nandam, and it's really very nice to be here with you guys. I still remember my days at university with great pleasure. Let me tell you about IFAD in 2 words. IFAD is the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Now, it's a specialized agency of the United Nations, but it is also an international financial institution alongside Islamic Development Bank, World Bank, EBRD, and many others. So the question to me today is about the effects of climate change on food security, and what does IFAD do to strengthen the resilience of rural communities? First of all, IFAD works primarily with rural communities. We are a fund which finances development projects to transform rural areas. And that's particularly important because you may know that rural areas are the places where most of the poor people in the world live. Many people from rural areas do not have access to infrastructure, to literacy, to hospitals, to main facilities, etc. Yet the rural areas produce a vast majority of the food that you buy in supermarkets, in shops, etc. So if we want to make sure that we leave nobody behind, and this is really important through the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goal Agenda, etc., etc., we really must operate with and within and for the rural areas. We need to transform these areas. So what do? We, as an assembler of development finance, we work alongside many other development institutions. UNDP is a partner of choice for IFAD in many of our projects. We work with the UN system as a whole, with other development financiers. We work closely with climate financiers, the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, many of them provide grants to us to blend the resources that we have from our core budget. We make these resources available to ministries of finance in many countries in the world. We have 180 member states at the moment. And these resources are then used to facilitate transformation of rural areas, to facilitate access of rural communities to finance, which is not a given in many cases, to facilitate access to innovation, to technology. All of these elements will then promote the production, increase the production of agricultural produce. This could be fruit, vegetable, but it's livestock, it's fisheries, it's all that has to do with
Liam, apologize.
Yeah,
Sorry for interrupt. Would you please wrap up in 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Because we have some very tight
Absolutely,
schedule.
yeah,
Thank you
absolutely.
so much.
So, just in a couple of words, it's important for the health of the food systems across the globe to strengthen partnerships with development financiers, with the private sector, extremely important. We would like to see many young people engage in startups in the agricultural area. And I think that it is important to have an enabling policy environment, and we heard this from previous speakers as well. So partnerships, more funding, innovation, technology, policy engagement. With this, thank you very much, and thank you for asking me.
Thank you very much, Liam, for your thoughtful contributions. Apologize because we have very, very tight schedule, or otherwise we can spend a whole day here to discuss about the food security and etc. So again, once again, thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Umar Asani and also Ms. Fatma Chinar for your contributions today in the first session. So as we conclude the first sessions, I would like to reflect on few insights, very, very short. I know that I have been warned by Sibel Hajams, who will be moderating the next sessions here because we have very, very tight schedule. So the first one, as mentioned by Dr. Umar, Islamic finance offers a strong, ethical, and sustainable basis for investment. And its core principles actually naturally aligns with the goal of sustainability. And it's actually permissible for everything. And also highlighted in today's discussion and also highlighted by the panelists and also our colleagues in at the audience, Mr. Liam, strategic partnership is very, very important, both global institutions and local stakeholders, because it's very, very critical to realize the full potential of green finance that is equitable and accessible for all. And the last one is most important, students and young innovators like all of you here, you play the most important role to shape greener and more sustainable future. Once again, thank you very much. Let's give applause to our two panelists here. Thank you very much. I would like to give the microphone back to Archie.
First of all, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their wonderful contributions, and to our wonderful moderator, Dr. Shanti. Before we conclude this session, I would like to call Dr. Shanti to please present our esteemed panelists with our tokens of appreciations for the knowledge that they have shared upon us today. I believe that this will help future green entrepreneurs in their quest for more sustainable advancements. I sincerely hope that all of you have learned something new and useful from these panelists, as they are experts in their fields. We hope you have a big vase for that. Let's give them one big round of applause for all that they did. And with that, our first session has been concluded. We will now immediately go on to our second session, as we are currently tight for time. So our second session today will focus on how to empower green entrepreneurs and exploring the vital role of diplomacy and education in sustainable change. As we discussed in the previous session, we talked about the role of financing. Now we must talk about how we can further help these entrepreneurs who wish to follow a green path forward. Our moderator for this session is the lovely Miss Sibel Carabel, lecturer and director of the Asia Pacific Strategic Studies Application and Research Center here at Istanbul Gedik University. And our two esteemed panelists are Professor Dr. Burcu Yavuz Tiftikçigil, Vice Rector of Istanbul Culture University, who will offer us an interesting perspective on the role of diplomacy in driving regional sustainability efforts, and Dr. Tamer Atabarut, Director of the Lifelong Learning Center at Boğaziçi University and co-director of the UN SDSN Turkey, who will give us a perspective on how we can facilitate the growth of green entrepreneurs and how to scale sustainable initiatives. I would like all of you to please give them a warm round of applause. Following their presentations, there will be a Q&A session where students can voice their questions to the esteemed panelists. Yes. Now I hand the floor over to you, Ms. Carabel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Archie. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, it is my really great honor to and welcome and pleasure to moderate this crucial session. And I would like to welcome all of you to our second session, where we will focus on diplomacy, the importance of academic leadership and entrepreneurship in achieving sustainable development goals in general. So actually, earlier today, we mentioned in our first session, we mentioned about climate finance and green investment mechanisms. Now we are turning our faces to policy innovation, entrepreneurial empowerment, and academic leadership in that regard. And we will question, our esteemed speakers will question whether and how they all collaborate and gather together to achieve a sustainable, transformative agenda for our future indeed. So we are privileged here, very privileged here today to have with us two outstanding speakers whose work intersect actually within the realms of policy, academia, and practice in that regard. So if you'd allow me kindly, I would like to introduce our first speaker, our first panelist, Professor Dr. Burcu Yavuz Tiftikçigil, Vice Rector of Istanbul Culture University and member, of course, at the Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences. If you'd allow me a couple of minutes, I would appreciate to talk about Burcu Hoca's, Burcu Tiftikçigil's, Professor Tiftikçigil's achievements, which I had the difficulty for our both panelists. I have the difficulty to summarize their outstanding achievements today. If you allow me a little couple of minutes, please. Professor Tiftikçigil is also the founder and the coordinator of the Sustainable Development Center at İstanbul Kültür University. As a renowned expert in her field, her academic focus includes growth and development economics, green economic transformation, and sustainable development. Professor Tiftikçigil has led and participated in numerous regional and international projects on sustainable development. She has established the Sustainable Development Implementation and Research Center at İstanbul Medipol University as well. So in recognition of her outstanding work, she received the Value Award for the Women in Power project, which also she led to promote gender equality within the framework of sustainable development. So she was also honored as a woman, I am really proud of announcing this, with the Inspiring Leader Award for her contributions to sustainable development. Furthermore, she serves on the editorial board of the World Geology Library, actively contributing to academic publishing and discourse. Please join me in welcoming Professor Burcu Tiftikçigil in sharing her insights and vision with us. Kindly, Professor, the floor is yours, please.
I'm really afraid of you from the group of students. Your questions are really hard, but we are ready with Tamer Hoca to answer your questions. Thank you, Ms. Karabel, for inviting us such a precious event. I am so honored to be here. I believe in diplomatic efforts of university, especially I believe in soft power of the universities to constitute diplomatic power, diplomacy, and to contribute to sustainable development. I really thank you. Now we are creating a diplomacy together, and universities play a very crucial role for the efforts of sustainable development. In the first panel, I know it's a lunchtime right now. I know I am also so hungry. I try to speak very short. But in the first panel, we see some applications in the world and also some green finance applications in our country. But we are two professors here. We are theatrical. We are on the theatrical side. First of all, I just want to mention some brief information, some main definitions about the economic growth, economic development, and sustainable development. Then I will try to figure out the importance of diplomacy to constitute regional development. First of all, as an economics professor, as a development economy professor, I want to highlight the difference between economic development and economic growth, especially for the students. As you know, economic growth is just the growth of what you produce in the country within a year. If you produce more goods and services year to year, it means that you achieve the economic growth. If you implement very strong and very powerful economic policy, you can reach the economic growth. There is no way out. But on the other side, today we have to discuss, today we have to study for it more, is the economic development. Economic development means that it has some deeper explanations: health, nutrition, green societies, green works, green economic systems, gender equality, equality for all, decent work for all the people in the country, in the world. It includes everything to make people's life better. So the diplomatic issues, diplomatic efforts must include more than the economic growth. It must include economic development size. But unfortunately, in the past periods, we mostly seen that economic growth was at the heart of the system. But on the diplomacy side, now economic development and sustainable development must be in the heart of our system. So, I just want to mention what is sustainability then. I am using my glasses sometimes it is big, sometimes it's so small. That's why I am putting in my hand. Sustainability, according to United Nations definition, is a development that satisfies the needs of the present without risking that future generations will not be able to meet their own needs. Today, we are the present. Your child is your future. Not go so much further. Your child is our future, so we don't have to risk our future generations' accommodation, nutrition, or other needs in the future. So that is sustainability, actually. Any diplomatic efforts from governments, from universities, whatever you manage, from the firms, every sustainable development efforts, every diplomacy efforts must have to include 3 criteria. On one hand, of course, we need economic development. Of course, we have to produce more goods and services for people's health. But on the other hand, we have to take into consideration social impacts, especially inclusive growth. And on the other hand, when we are talking about green economy, we always or we often skip the economic and social sides of the sustainability. The sustainable economy, sustainable systems must include economic part, social inclusiveness, and also environmental aspects. So, what is inclusive growth then? Inclusive growth is economic growth that is distributed fairly across society and creates opportunities for all. The diplomatic efforts first of all take into consideration inclusive growth. Then, of course, there is the economy part, and it is really crucial for our health, for our future, for our present as well. So we have to take into consideration economic system, which is very important. Today we are discussing very much circular economy. We have to manage the waste. Otherwise, on the linear economic systems, we couldn't manage the waste. So that's why we are living such a conditions like COVID-19 and such a social problem. So we need to go through the circular economy on the economy side. And then the environmental side, it must be included in the system. And it is really interesting index that I want to mention right now. We have to take into consideration planetary pressures. So in our system, in our diplomatic efforts, whatever you manage, even a microsystem, even a macrosystem, it's not important. Whatever you have to manage, the system must be included planetary pressures, like material footprint, like carbon monoxide emissions, and the system take into consideration planetary pressures. So, when we take all the system all together, we have to fight with COVID-19 crisis or such a health crisis. And also we have to fight with recession on the economy side. We have to fight with climate change, which is very important. And also one more thing, it's a more bigger wave than the others, is the biodiversity collapse. So any system, even in universities, we have to manage all of them together and equally. That's why we need diplomacy, actually. So the new dashboard for the economic system, for the social system, includes status of human development. We have to think our people. And also it includes material cycles, pressure and response sides, and also transforming our future. We have to take into consideration equity, innovation, and stewardship in the diplomacy side. And of course, on the environmental side, there is the energy system. So new human development agenda has people, material cycles, equity and innovation, and energy systems. So when we come to diplomacy part, diplomacy is at its core the art of resolving issues through dialogue. So most often between states, but today it is the path to understanding and cooperation without conflict. Today, diplomacy is no longer limited to governments. It encompasses a broader field that includes universities, companies, and even individuals. When it comes to global challenges like climate change, like social equality, like sustainability, we all share a form of diplomatic responsibility. I also believe in individual responsibility to constitute the sustainable development. So as a university students, you have really so much work to do something about the sustainable development. And also I know that in İstanbul Gedik University there is a sustainable development center. I don't know the real name, but there is a center in your university. Please work with them. Please add something to diplomacy. Please add for something for social welfare, for the environment as well. So in the first panel, our speakers discuss sustainable development goals, which are announced by the United Nations in 2015. If we have to constitute good diplomacy for the sustainable world, we need a roadmap. The best roadmap, according to me, the best roadmap for the diplomacy is the Sustainable Development Goals. You see 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and each of them are linked together. If you add something in gender equality in the 5th one, you add something in 8, you add something in 10, you add something in 16. So they are all linked together. To create a good diplomacy for sustainable development, our roadmap is Sustainable Development Goals. Here you see the World SDG dashboard. Please notice that if any sustainable development goal is green, it means that that sustainable development goal, or SDG in short, SDG is achieved. If it is red, it means that there are major challenges within the country or within the world. So you see the colors from green to red. So when we check the World SDG dashboard, unfortunately there is no green, and we see so much red on the dashboard. So these are the regional differences according to SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. You see huge differences between the regional communities or regional associations. You see the BRICS, and you see also Eastern Europe and Central Asia position, Latin America position. So when we check the all dashboard together, there are some greens, but so many red on the dashboard. So we need a diplomacy to solve the problem together. But, and also I want to say that unfortunately, only 16% of SDGs achieved by the world right now. So I just want to show very brief information about the countries, especially Asia-Pacific regions. Sorry for that. Pacific is so hard to say in Turkish as well. So, first of all, I want to show my country's position to tell you why need a regional diplomacy to constitute sustainable development. Please notice huge differences between countries. Here is Turkey's position. Unfortunately, there is no green, no achieved SGD by the Turkey's side. Unfortunately, let's see some Asian countries. Here is Indonesia. Unfortunately, there is no green, but I see very good progress in this country. On the other hand, you see Canada. There are still some reds. It's really interesting for Canada. They have 4 reds. And also Russian Federation. Surprisingly, the first one is green. Not surprisingly, but I want to mention that the difference between the Asian countries. Okay. Not surprisingly, actually. Russia is very successful in the first one, within the no poverty. You see the China. China is really good at the 4th SGD, which is quality education. They are really good. And also you see Vietnam. Please notice the differences. And a small country I take to show the differences, it's Brunei. The gray area means that there is no statistics about the country. So Brunei have 2 green. So as we understand, as we discuss, there are huge differences between regions, between countries. Around the world, there are huge differences. So we really need a diplomacy to solve the problem together, because sustainability aspects does not belong any country. Let's say the river is passing Italy and also cross other countries, other neighbor countries. Any pollution in the river is not just the problem of Italy. So we need a unique solution. We have to study the solution all together. So what is regional development then? Sibel Hocam, do I have a time or? 3 minutes, okay. I want to be more quick. So what is regional development? Regional development focuses on reducing disparities and unlocking the potential of regions. So when we check the regional sustainability challenges, as I mentioned just before, the river crossing let's say 5 countries is not any pollution, any problem about the river is not just one country's problem. So challenges are shared ecosystems, air and water pollution, diverse impacts of climate change, economic disparities and technological gaps between countries and regions are our challenges and so we have to create regional diplomacy altogether. Okay, I want to mention some regional initiatives for sustainable development. As you see on the slide, there are some initiatives like European Union Green Deal, Asian Sustainable Development Framework, African Union Agenda. Also, there are some initiatives in Latin America. And there are more, I know, there are more initiatives, but these are, according to me, these are the more relatively successful ones. So, please remember my first words. I said that if we study on a system, it have to have 3 aspects: economy, social inclusiveness, and environment. Between these initiatives, I really like European Green Deal because it takes into consideration 3 aspects, 3 dimensions of sustainable development. Of course, there's the economy in it. And also, it has a social inclusive parts in the system I really like. And also, I study on the European Green Deal and what is going on. If you open their website, you will see a schedule, and day by day you will see a schedule, and day by day they are creating greener and more inclusive world, according to my opinion, of course. So maybe the other regions have to check what is going on the European Green Deal site. And when we check the Asia-Pacific initiatives, Asia-Pacific region is really strong region, but there are some challenges around the Asia-Pacific region, especially on the sustainability challenge, on the sustainability part. They have environmental challenges, they have socioeconomic inequalities. Please remember the dashboards according to countries, and we see that on the environmental side, on the socioeconomic side, and also on the economy side, there are huge differences. So the major challenges the Asia-Pacific face to face, so they really need a diplomacy. In our capitalist system, as an economy professor in my lessons, I always says that there is a best option actually. According to capitalist system, the best option means that if there is no borders around the countries, there is a best option for the trade, for the diplomacy actually. But it's impossible. We need borders. There are still borders. So we have to pass the second best option. The second best option is regional initiatives like European Union. So Asia Pacific is really good area to create the second best option. Even they have some challenges, but they also some power to create sustainable development. And also when we check their progress on sustainable development, we see they are really good at poverty reduction, climate action, gender equality, and access to clean energy.
Hocam, could we wrap up with a minute,
Of
please?
course. But Sibel Hocam, the first panel was so long. I need just 1 minute.
Yes, okay,
I need
hocam.
just 1 minute. That's not sustainable, actually.
Sorry, but time is not sustainable.
I was talking with Professor Tamer when the first panel is still going on. I will tell that when the years pass, you can say everything you want. That's really good freedom. Okay, so just a second. So I hope I try to give very brief information why diplomacy and the second post option, regional diplomacy, is so important. And also second best option theory is really important for our daily life. I know the best option for the students to get the highest impact from the universities, to get the best job, to get the best salary. I know all the metrics cannot be happened. Please choose the second best one. Okay, it's really good. It's pretty good. So I hope you. I try to tell the importance of regional diplomacy, why it's important to constitute sustainable world. And finally, I want to say that universities, especially on the soft power side, is really plays a crucial role for the sustainable development. I am welcoming every student and all the institutions to make a collaboration in our sustainability centers. And thank you very much. Just the conclusion. Diplomacy is the bridge between disagreement. Sustainability is the future that crosses it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We would like to thank you, extend our gratitude to you, Professor Tiftikçigil. You concretely, actually, you have mentioned some catchwords. If you let me, I have written down, I've taken some notes I would like to share with the audience as a summary. So you have actually connected some important catchwords, keywords like such as economy, environment, sustainability, and diplomacy. So you have also mentioned some crises, some recent crises, that some of them fall in the category of traditional threats to humanity and our security environment, and also non-traditional ones, such as you have mentioned COVID-19. And so we have encountered disruptions within the actually supply chains and value chains globally, which has an economic aspect. Also, you have talked about climate change, which is a non-conventional threat in that sense, so biodiversity. And so you have also mentioned the importance of particularly educational diplomacy. So Professor Tiftikçigil, she was also welcoming all of us, I'm including myself, to study and to work on in your institution as well. So you have a private institution, thank you so much. The role of academia and policy, and also particularly in driving this green transformation, these catchwords and these summaries were so valuable in shedding light to our understanding of green entrepreneurship, green transformation, the connection between actually diplomacy, education, and it means in the other regard, it means that you have binded policy, practice, and academic knowledge, which is very valuable. So I would like to again thank you for your insightful contribution to our symposium. So, but last but not least, we have another outstanding speaker in our event. I would like to introduce Dr. Tamer Atabarut with you, faculty member at Boğaziçi University Institute of Environmental Sciences and chair of the commission at Sustainable Green Campus. So not this, I really struggled to summarize both of our panelists' resumes. Really, they have significant achievements in that regard. So I will do my best to summarize. Dr. Atabarut has an exceptional career spanning more than 2 decades. He previously served as the founding director of Boğaziçi University Lifelong Learning Center from 2002 to 2023, leading transformative educational initiatives. So moreover, he has held important roles in numerous organizations, including Vice President of the International Association for Continuing Engineering Education, Board Member of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, Turkey. Internationally as well, Dr. Atabarut has represented the European Continuing Education Network. He has organized over 100 conferences and workshops, coordinated 16 Erasmus Plus projects, and is the editor of 17 books alongside numerous articles and technical reports. Please join in me welcoming Dr. Tamer Atabarut for sharing his insightful views. The floor is kindly yours, Dr. Atabarut.
Thank you, Sibel Hocam. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude for organizing such an excellent symposium today. And it's my pleasure and privilege to address you today, and especially to talk to the youngsters about the entrepreneurship and the green initiatives. So first I would like to start with the agenda that I am going to cover you for today. I would like to start with the rationale why we are going to focus more about the sustainability and green entrepreneurship and the green initiative. So I would like to just make an opening to this issue first, and then I'll try to define the entrepreneurship, green entrepreneurship definitions in a somehow. And then I will continue with scaling up the green initiatives and the role of stakeholders and the policy recommendations in this context. So when we are going to start about the rationale, the reason why we are talking about the sustainability today, we have to look to the period of that we have been living today. So we are in a new era, and it is full of uncertainties, and it is mostly also called as a term of VUCA, which is volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguity period of time. So we are in a transition period. So from the era of markets, we are going to the next era, and it is full of challenge in that. And of course, in order to just compromise all of them, we have to be innovative, and we have to find the solutions how we can handle the major problems. As Burcu Hoca has also showed a caricature about the situation of the world, but I have another wave here. So as she showed, biodiversity, it was the last one, but I put another one like the Trump. So with the Trump, we cannot envision anything. So the trade wars have been started, and he's just mentioned that, and he just stepped out the climate agreement, the Paris Agreement. So we don't know. We will see. We will see. And in such a world, it is very critical to know the risks. Therefore, we have to focus also the global risks. And in this perspective, there are some think tanks and other organizations are preparing such research and books. I'm going to use one of them, which was prepared by World Economic Forum, which is one of the popular and which is also sustainable, because they issued this report as a 20th time. So if you look to this one, there are if you look the global risk landscape, there are interconnections between each other. But there are the social risks, environmental risks, economical risks, and recently we have digital risks like cybersecurity or misinformation and disinformation. So in such a very complex world, we need solutions. How we can get those solutions? Of course, we need some new ideas, novelties. Innovation is a big challenge for this. And as Albert Einstein has stated, so we cannot expect differences with doing the same things again and again. So far we are doing the same things, and we are polluting the environment. We are sacrificing the future of our younger generations. So we cannot talk about the gender equality today. We cannot talk about the social parity today. So there are lots of issues. And the scientists are also defining this period of time as the triple planetary crisis. So one of the crises is the climate crisis. The second one is the biodiversity crisis, and the third one is environmental pollution. So in such a world, we need brilliant ideas. We should think out of box. So therefore, we need the innovation. And related with this, this innovation cannot be only fulfilled by the institutions, by the governments, by the private sector. We need entrepreneurships. We need more entrepreneurs. And we need especially young entrepreneurs in this perspective. Let's put the definition of the entrepreneurship first. Entrepreneurship is a journey fueled by a passion. So it just rooted from the passion. Passion to create, manage, and sustain the business while pursuing the goal of profitability. And when we come to the entrepreneurs, innovation, and sustainability perspective, as I told you, we need entrepreneurs to make the change, to propagate the environmental sustainable solutions. To reach them, we need them. So collectively, we can have an impact on progress towards the green and sustainable objectives by means of the entrepreneurs. And green entrepreneurship is just focusing on the holistic approach. So it places environmental sustainability at its core. So not only profitability, we have to also have a holistic approach, which is also covering the environmental and social sustainability. So it should respond to those perspectives also. And on the other hand, the growing consensus on the global importance of the green entrepreneurship has been raising. And we, as a green entrepreneurship, also we need also innovative thinking and innovative approach. So what is green entrepreneurship as a definition? It refers to a specific subset of entrepreneurship that aims at creating and implementing solutions to environmental problems and to promote the social change so that the environment is not harmed. So in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, we need different approaches like circular economy. We need circular economy champions, as Burcu Hoca mentioned. We need innovation and disruptive solutions. Social entrepreneurship is also in the subset of this entrepreneurship. And by means of the green economics and entrepreneurship, we can focus on the renewable energies. We can focus on the resource efficiency. We can focus on the how we can promote and extend the life of the products. So the circular economy is getting importance. And also there are different subsets. But those are the challenges, and those are the focus groups that the young entrepreneurs can just focus on this. But of course, there are lots of barriers to fulfill them. I'm not going to define and tell all of them, but one of them is the limited access to finance, and that today in the first session we just discussed about what will be the resources for the finance of the entrepreneurship. So indeed, there is a growing approach and growing possibilities to finance the green entrepreneurship. And also, of course, we have to need policy and regulatory challenge. We need diplomacy. We have to talk to more each other, and we put a more and better collaboration, as of course. In the same time, we have to just skip the technological constraints. And how we can enable the green startups? So we need innovation hubs and incubators. We need the funds, green funding, and policies like a new approach like impact investments or other challenges, what we have been just heard in the first session. So there are other ways, bonds, etc. So those are going to just support the green startups. Of course, we need the capacity building and mentorship. And in this perspective, we need the universities, education, and to give the capacity building to the young entrepreneurs. And of course, it's a cross-sector partnerships and diplomacy is inevitable for this one. How we can scale up the green initiatives? Scaling means that expanding the impact or operations. So how we can just make this more amplified. So we have to discuss this. We have to put models, and we have to replicate them, franchise and licensing them. So we need to scale up also the initiatives. I put just a couple of success stories. Unfortunately, they are in Turkish, but so there are very brilliant ideas. We can just put some solutions like the climate change, especially, or the food, especially food security. So these types of solutions are in the agenda. So in general, the role of the stakeholders, the governments should start in incentives and to put the policies and to make the legislation accordingly. From the private sector, what we are expecting, the investment and also encouragement of the young entrepreneurs. They can initiate some project by means of the corporate social responsibility projects. For instance, in Boğaziçi, I may give you one project. It's called as DIBA, Dünyasına İyi Bakanlar Akademisi, the ones who are looking to future in a better world, in a sustainable world. So it was just supported by a Kale Group, for instance. So it was just initiated social entrepreneurs among the university students. So there are also other CSR projects in the private sector, but we can just make them more. And in terms of the NGOs and academia, we should support and research and training are the major duties, and especially for the academia, we need more research. We put some solutions to the sustainable problem, to get the sustainability for the overcoming the problems. And training and education is an inevitable role of the universities also. So as a last, I would like to call to action, so put some policy recommendations. In the DIA, you have seen that Bangladesh, one of the poor countries in it, but is a developing country. So they have put lots of challenge, and in their path, they were using the entrepreneurs to fulfill them. So we should support the ecosystems. So this is definite. And we should encourage the green financing and promote innovation-friendly regulations and encourage the green initiatives and collaboration. And when I am talking about the collaboration, we are doing such a collaboration in STSN, UN STSN, which was just established in 2012 and 2014 in Turkey, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Now we have more than 2,000 members, so those members are the universities and also the research centers. And Gedik University is one of the also members of this community, and also Kültür University. So we are getting together, and under this STSN there are initiatives, student initiatives, like student hubs and STSN youth. There are some initiatives. So you can check later on by the internet about that, and if you want, you can just be affiliated to them. Also, we are targeting the K-12 schools by means of the Global Schools Initiative. So there are lots of initiatives are under the umbrella of STSN. So I would like to conclude my also presentation to keep the time better. And so let's empower the green entrepreneurs and scale up the green initiatives for driving sustainable innovation for a greener future. So this is what we need. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Dr. Atabarut, for your enlightening actually presentation. So if you let me, I would like to summarize for our valuable audience the key points that also I have benefited a lot. So you posed the question, why do we need green entrepreneurship? Why do we need? And you have one by one explained the reasoning behind, particularly you with reference to World Economic Forum. So you have mentioned a new threat to, let me say, humanity. How can I say? I don't know how to frame, but the Trump threat. So in addition to distinguished Burcu Hoca's presentation, we have categorized into two, conventional and non-conventional, but I don't know where to locate Trump threat. Non-conventional, I assume. So you have also explained that green entrepreneurship is not just an economic activity, so it has powerful, strong base in behind. So to address our environmental challenges, climate change, we can combine innovation, entrepreneurship, particularly green entrepreneurship, not just as far as I can I have conceived, not just to achieve sustainable goals, which are very precious, but for the sake of our planet. So for our future, for our children's future, for the future of the youth. So this is a very novel thing. Really, this is a very novel thing. Not just we have to study this, but we have to internalize this. So all of them are connected to each other, like dots, they are connected. So I would like to sincerely thank you for both of our outstanding panelists for these beneficial, enlightening, and inspiring presentations once again. So dear audience, we have approximately 10 because we have a tight schedule and we will have a cultural dance performance actually will be played by Indonesian students. And I will have a very short closing session. And then we have a surprise for you. We will all actually invite you to the stage just to collaborate, to cooperate culturally as well. So we appreciate actually Consulate General of Indonesia, Dr. Nandine, for making this event possible. So for Q&A, before that, for Q&A session, maybe we can have some questions. Yes, please. Could we have a mic? Mikrofon alabilir miyiz? Maybe Osiris as well would like to contribute. My dear students.
Hello, panelists. So my question is to both of you, actually. My name is Mohammed, and I'm from Libya, and I'm studying engineering in Gedik, surprisingly. So my question, let me just start with this, saying that the sustainability and green energy in general is a very big problem, or at least like a very big sector that we should focus on. But while that is happening, there's also a responsibility on politicians and the government itself on focusing on the economic and political value of, like, for example, rare earth minerals or fossil fuels or stuff like that, investing in these types of things. Is there a rule of thumb or a way to balance having both, or at least like having the power of rare earth elements and the pollution that it comes with, like mining and stuff like that, while also having green energy or better sustainability practices, you could say? So I just want you to comment on the rule of thumbs that you might have while judging on both of those, and anything to balance both of those things.
Actually, when you are up 10 minutes ago, I think that you are all going to lunch. I feel very free. But you come closer. Okay, there was a lot. I don't understand full question, but I think you asked the conflict between natural energy sources and the green energy sources. Of course, there are some natural energy sources like petroleum, like oil, have to be gone for the greener future, for the greener environment. All the sector is in danger right now. That's why I mentioned in my presentation, European Green Deal is really good at the social inclusiveness. They think that there is a transformation. We have to skip natural resources like oil, like coal, something like that, which cause air pollution very much. But social inclusiveness or leaving no one behind works right now, right at this place. So there is a transformation. We have to skip old sectors like old energy sources. So we have to transform the sector and the people who are working in the sector to the new future. But no way out. We have to skip the natural resources. That's the case, unfortunately, for some sector initiatives.
Are you from engineering, you said? Mechatronics. Good. As you mentioned, yeah, nowadays we are focusing more about the rare elements because the rare minerals, and even there is a big conflict between the countries. So in the scope of the European Union, for instance, they just banned to export rare minerals from Europe to the other countries. And controversially, China is also given an answer related in this perspective. And also you may remember, although there is an ongoing war between the Ukraine and Russia, America, USA was forcing them to make a deal to control their rare elements. Yeah, there are, we have to think what was the backbone of this. Of course, we need the rare minerals getting more and more because for the electronic equipments we need them. Besides this, we need them for batteries. So especially in the market, the electric vehicles are getting booming. And in this perspective, we need those rare minerals. So, and in somehow, how we can manage them. Of course, as Burcu Hoca mentioned before, the circular economy approach will be a solution for this because we can, instead of using the virgin material, we can recycle and recover the existing material. There will be some approach. And for the metallurgical engineering perspective, I think there are lots of challenges which are related in the circular economy perspective. So yeah, I think it's a good area to focus on sustainability and metallurgy. Thank you.
Yes, please, Hocam. Could we have a mic?
First of all, thank you very much for all your, let's say, promising sharings for us from the academia. For us, I think the most valuable resource is knowledge, and dissemination of this knowledge is very critical. I know in some universities there are centers who are dedicated for sustainable development goals. Do you think any plan to have a common platform which all those centers can be collaborate and also can be reachable? All the data, all the events, programs could be also, let's say, followed via platform. Do you think that could be possible? Because for us, this different institution working on different agenda, from my perspective, for finance sector, it is really difficult to get harmony among all academic studies. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, it's a good question, and we are just most of the time talking about better collaboration. And specifically, SDG 7 is targeting for this one to collaborate more, to just realize the SDGs. But telling the truth, it is not very, frankly, possible, it seems. Because there is also competition in every sector, even in the academia, even in the technology, even in the finance sector. But we need, as Burcu Hoca mentioned, we need more diplomacy. We have to know to talk each other. We have to know to share knowledge. Therefore, in this sense, I may tell this SDSN will be a good resource for this. Because if you go to the SDSN, for instance, there is a SDG Today platform, which is giving a new information and data in different perspectives, like climate change, like the forest area, biodiversity. So there are the portals have been improving. But on the other hand, I definitely believe that those the younger generations are using much more better the AI and the technology, machine learning, etc. So I think although we will maybe separately work, but we can get them easily by means of the new tools, some IT tools, I think.
You are totally right. We have to come together and create a one screen maybe for the private sector or for the other institutions. Maybe the SDSN, United Nations SDSN group can create, actually is creating such a, how can I say, platform. Thank you, platform. As Professor Tamer says that Kültür University, İstanbul Gedik University, also so many universities are member of SDSN, and last year we come together and we discuss what are you doing on the sustainable development part. maybe we can invite private sector or the financial sector to do this, to make contribution. And also I want to mention that when we are discussing sustainability, there mustn't be any competition between universities actually. Especially Kültür University and Gedik University, there is a really beautiful, colorful competition between us. We always come together and create a very good project for the sustainable development. And also we are checking what we are doing and we are trying to do better one. There is a very good competition between us. And good competition, very good competition. And also I'm calling Pınar, what are you doing at the sustainability office? Tell me secretly. Then she's coming and visiting our university. It's really good. We are doing a really good projects on especially gender equality and decent work for all people. And we are trying so many projects together between both University, Gedik University and Kültür University. When the point is sustainability, actually we have to create a platform. You are so right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Osiris, yes. Can we have a mic, please?
Okay, I will present myself again. My name is Osiris. I'm come from Burkina Faso, precisely in West Africa. And my question is about the regional diplomacy. And I want to know what role regional diplomacy play in negotiating fair economic transitions for vulnerable countries. Thank you so much.
I think this question is for me. Okay. In my presentation, I mentioned that the best option and the second best option. Regional diplomacy is really good example for the second best option. And also I mentioned, let's say there is air pollution in Italy, but it is not just the problem of Italy, or there is a river pollution in Turkey. It is not a problem. It's a problem of Syria, the other neighbor countries. So that's why we regional diplomacy all together. And also we have very good examples about the regional diplomacy, like European Union, like European Green Deal. When we are looking for sustainability, for the regional sustainability, the diplomacy have to cross three areas. Economy. Without economy, we cannot play a crucial role on our system. And also environment, and also social inclusiveness. All of them have the equal parts in the system. So we cannot depart the economy side or take individually it. So we have to take all of them together with equal parts.
Okay. Any more questions? Yes, please. Could we handle the mic over there? Arka tarafa. You wants to pose question?
Hello. My question is, the world have been going to industrialization system, and as we students, what can we do for this system? Do you have any advice for us?
Yeah, as students, I think it will be a good idea to be a part of a bigger community. So therefore, I was just mentioning during my presentation, there is an initiative under the STSN, STSN Youth. So Gedik University is a member of the STSN. So you can just establish here a student hub or STSN Youth platform and to communicate with each other in the university. But also among the universities, you can make this such collaboration and exchange ideas. So it will be a good possibility. And of course, besides this, there are student clubs, initiatives. Let's make the follow-up, what's going on, read more and follow what's happening in the recently, because there are lots of opportunities, not even in locally, but there are also opportunities locally. We were just today
heard that there's a competition, for instance, for the entrepreneurs. So it will be a one alternative, one example for this, for instance.
Thank you.
And also I want to add, there are some TÜBİTAK projects for the students, especially 2020-09. Is it right? 2209. Please create such a projects. I don't know, what is your department? I can hear you maybe.
Political science.
Political science. Let's say you are political on the political science. You can write a very good project to TÜBİTAK, and you can come together with the other departments. You can study social inclusiveness for the sustainability. That will add you so much. That's my advice to you. Search for the TÜBİTAK projects. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Mr. Archie, would you like
Yeah,
to pose a question to
I have
our
a question
panelists?
for both of our panelists. I'm a political science major as well, and in political science right now, the world is becoming much more unhinged. We are experiencing more nationalistic tendencies from most countries, especially in where we would claim the bedrock of democracy, the US and in Europe. We are experiencing much more nationalism and much more mercantilistic economic policies with Trump's trade wars and his tariffs. My question is, how will this impact the future of sustainability? As earlier, both of you have highlighted that we need cooperation. To really be sustainable in this world, we need cooperation. What happens when one of the largest and most powerful countries in the world and other developed nations start to look out for their own self-interest instead of looking out for the global interests?
Both of the panelists underlined some threats.
As I mentioned before, I am so hungry.
So am I, ma'am.
So, no, not a problem. You are totally right. As a development professor, Professor Tamer and me working on development side, and that's so dangerous for the development and for the greener world, for the sustainable aspects, because we know Trump doesn't agree with the Paris Agreement. And also European Union Green Deal is not working effectively like previous years. There are some dangerous things or happenings in the world right now, but at the end of the conflict, at the end of this war, now we are living in these days, we have to move to sustainability. Our direction is sustainability, no other way, I think. But we have to be calm a little bit.
Yeah, those are the short-term impacts, and they can be expected. But in the long run, the impacts like climate change are getting more and more apparent. So none of the countries, none of the leaders can be just away from implementing such programs in the long run. Therefore, we are getting suffered more and more with the extreme weather conditions, loss of forest fires, wildfires, etc. So there are many challenges. So in such a world, you cannot just be away from implementing the necessary policies. So this will be somehow it will be settled down.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So as the moderator of the second session, if there's no question from our audience, if there are no questions anymore, please could you wrap it up a little bit? We are waiting for the
We are hungry.
We are hungry. We have a lot of great stuff to get involved in. He's one of the best students, by the way, of series for 3 years. Please, 30 seconds, Euro series.
Hello. My question is, do you think that the social movement
can have a big role, for example, in for changing the stuff in regional diplomacy, because as we know right now, everywhere, like around the world, countries have their own interests, which making this stuff difficult, for example, for international development. Thank you so much.
Actually, green diplomacy, green regional diplomacy is so important. I think that you are all political science students, no? Most of you.
IR, political science, engineering.
Whatever your department, please focus on greener jobs. That's the future. And for my political science students, not my, but all the students, my students, you have to check the job opportunities in the green regional or international diplomacy. That's the way right now. And there's a good salary.
Bonus. Okay, thank you so much. Dear audience, thank you so much for your thoughtful and provoking questions. And I would like to extend my gratitude also to our astonishing panelists for their insightful remarks, enlightening presentations, and insightful responses as well. So thank you for your patience and your contributions and engagements. Thank you.
Now I would like to wrap this up because I know our panelists are hungry. Honestly, so am I, but I would like to thank both of you for your insight and your expertise that you have shared with us today, and thank you for indulging our questions. Before you leave the stage, we would like to show our appreciation to both of you through plaquettes and flowers, and we have them right here. Will Ms. Sibel Hoja please give them? Thank you once again to our esteemed panelists and our wonderful moderator for such an intriguing and thought-provoking session. Now, we are about to wrap up our symposium, but before we do, we will first experience some Indonesian cultural performances. And I'm very delighted as it will be presented by some very talented Indonesian students. And as we clear the stage for them, I would like to say that through dance and music, we celebrate cultural heritage and the beauty of diversity, reminding us that sustainability extends far beyond finance and policy. Indeed, it is about people, culture, and community. As we prepare the stage, I hope that all of you enjoy this upcoming performance. And for the more active, special invitation to you, sir. What a wonderful performance that was. We are now awaiting the next dance, which will be Pencak Silat.
Lawang Agung Al Jamal Pasir Baningsun. Lahir batin wis kampuh ing Baningsun.
Se.
Sial, halu, sial. Ragam-ragam doang gosita-sita di hitam manisnya. Marasing-asing doang go pangidoan di gadu-gadu coba. Hamoraon hagabeon hasangapon ido dilului na deba. Dina deba asal matar barita kuana tahe. Anggo dia utung ngasing dong sitita simpangi doanku. Mancayam balpe unang pola mangicak amo sude diau. Sasudenan nahugo ari idadai sautiau. Sita-sita dia utung ngasing situ tudo tahe. Tung holong ni roham ni sambing dona humpar sita-sita. Tung denggam ni basam basami dona hupai maima. Asin ni roham maito unang loasa maila. Beha roham dog mahatam alusiau. Halu siau, halu siau, di baheni alu siau, alu siau dah itu. Goriau tengah sing do sita-sita kamu sudah dihau. Mancaya bape unang pola mangisak kamu sudah dihau. Sasudenan nahu goari idadai sautiau. Sita-sita situ tudahe situ totahe. Holong ni roham ni sambing dona humpar sita-sita. Tungdengan ni basam basami dona hupai maima. Asin ni roham maito unang loat sau maila. Beha roham dok mahatam alusiau. Halu siau, halu siau, di baheni alu siau, alu siau dah itu.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention to our Indonesian cultural performances. We hope that you enjoyed it and it was exhilarating for all of you. I know for me, especially the second one was very aggressive and I quite liked it. But at the end of this performance, we will now end our symposium. As we approach everything to the end of this beautiful day, I am pleased to invite Ms. Sibel Carabel, Lecturer and Director of the Asia Pacific Strategic Studies Application and Research Center here at Istanbul Gedik University, to deliver our official closing remarks. Ms. Carabel, the floor is yours.
So I promise this will take at most 2 minutes. So thank you for your patience and being with us. So distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, dear students and dear friends, as we come to the end of this insightful and inspiring symposium, an amazing cultural performance. So it is my great honor and privilege to deliver the closing remarks. And as I have promised, it will not take more than 3 minutes. It was more, at most 2 minutes. Now I'm increasing. So what we have seen today is today's event has brought together diverse weaves and voices across academia, diplomacy, entrepreneurship world. So our aim was to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, sustainability. So on behalf of Istanbul Gedik University and the Asia Pacific Strategic Research Center, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all of you, one by one, for being with us today, for making this event meaningful, for collaborating, participating, and engaging. So I would especially like to express my kind appreciation to Honorable Ms. Hülya Gedik, Chair of the Board of Trustees of Istanbul Gedik University, for her insightful vision. My sincere thanks go to my Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik, Rector of Istanbul Gedik University. At all times, I have the honor to work with my rector for about 5 years, and whenever I have knocked his door, he has never refused, he has never declined. So my sincere thanks, not just for this event, at always, as I said, whenever knock at his door, he replies, he supports. So my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Ahmet Kesik. So I would also thank to the Indonesian Consulate General in Istanbul and Mr. Daryanto Harsono, and also Honorable Mr. Hardiono Kurniawan, who had been with us today to represent Consulate General of Indonesia. So many thanks to the Indonesian dancers today and their instructors as well for their amazing performances. So we have seen that culture also is not separate from sustainability. So I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our esteemed panelists today. So Dr. Umar Oseni, Ms. Fatma Çınar, Professor Dr. Burcu Yavuz Tiftikçigil, and Dr. Tamer Ataburut for their invaluable contributions. So I also want to express my appreciation to Dr. Nandine Shanti, who not only moderated the first session with insight, but behind the scenes, she was also one of the actors who made this event a success. Thank you so much, Dr. Shanti. So equally, I must recognize the dedicated efforts of Istanbul Gedik University Kartal Administrative Departments. Onur Bey, thank you so much, and Yusuf Bey. Because their behind-the-scenes work ensured the smooth realization of today's program. Mr. Archie, my dear student, we are proud of our Indonesian student. He served as the speaker of this event. He skillfully guided us throughout the program today. And of course, our students in charge of this organization. And I would like to express a personal gratitude to Aysima Yörük, my assistant, our assistant of our Asia Pacific Studies Research Department. So, yes, thank you. Their dedication has been instrumental in making this event a success. So, at Istanbul Gedik University, we firmly believe that academia has a critical role to play in this green entrepreneurship and climate change ecosystem. So as educators, researchers, and policy thinkers, we are uniquely positioned to bridge disciplines and facilitate collaboration. So I hope that today's discussions inspire further collaboration, fresh initiatives, and continued dialogue between our institutions, our countries, and our communities. To all audiences, students, organizers, volunteers, and guests, thank you for making this day a meaningful day, and I wish may this be the beginning of many more dialogues, partnerships, sustainable initiatives to come. Thank you all once again. Kind regards.
Okay, so as the rector has kindly stated, we don't have much time. So for our final program of the day, in the spirit of celebration, we invite you to join us for a joyful and inclusive interactive dance session. We will begin with the lively Poco Poco line dance from Indonesia, followed by the spirited Erik Dalı, which will represent the unity of our cultures. Let us celebrate together.
Erik dalı gevrektir, erik dalı gevrektir. Amanın basmaya gelmez, haydi basmaya gelmez. Elin kızı naziktir, el kızı naziktir. Amanın küsmeye gelmez, haydi küsmeye gelmez. Eller oynasın, eller diller kaynasın diller. Eller ne derse desinler, o dilleri diyesinler. Amanın oynasın, eller diller kaynasın diller. Eller ne derse desinler, o dilleri diyesinler. Erik dalı gevrektir, erik dalı gevrektir. Amanın eğmeye gelmez, haydi eğmeye gelmez. Elin kızı naziktir, el kızı naziktir. Amanın değmeye gelmez, haydi değmeye gelmez. Eller oynasın, eller diller kaynasın diller. Eller ne derse desinler, o dilleri diyesinler. Amanın oynasın, eller diller kaynasın diller. Eller ne derse desinler, o dilleri diyesinler. Tatlıdır ama serttir, Ankara'mız başkenttir. Tatlıdır ama serttir, Ankara'mız başkenttir. Aslını inkar edip söylemeyen namerttir. Aslını inkar edip söylemeyen namerttir. Öyle diyor, böyle diyor, derdin nedir söylemiyor. Zambara mı, zımbara mı, sen de mi oldun Ankaralı? Öyle diyor, böyle diyor, derdin nedir söylemiyor. Zambara mı, zımbara mı, sen de mi oldun Ankaralı? Ankara'mın kalesi, miskedine sillesi. Ankara'mın kalesi, Hüdaydayla sillesi. Ne de güzel geliyor, kaşık sessiz sesi. Pek de güzel geliyor, kaşık sessiz
Everyone, can you
sesi.
please
Öyle diyor,
stay seated?
böyle diyor, derdin nedir söyle.